Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. Hold on a second here. Let me make sure everything is working with the stream all right. Seems like it is. All right. So, it is Friday morning, the 24th of July, 2026, 0800 Central Standard Time. All times that I refer to or that are visible here on my trading platforms are Central Standard. So, where are we? Well, first of all, I only trade live, real-time, statistically verified setups, and I do the homework and verify them myself. I don't ever replay, playback, screenshot, rear view mirror, any of that trading stuff. So any trades that are taken are, and I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream ever. So the execution platform I use is Bookmap. Any trades that you see here on Bookmap are taken by me live, real time, real trading, live data, and both of my platforms here are powered by Rhythmic data. So I focus primarily on the futures, ES, MES, and NQs. Now, having said that, the stream is not intended for financial or trade advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. However, what good would a trading journal be if I didn't record the trades? That doesn't make any sense. So that's what I do. If I have a trade set up, I take the trade. It's recorded here on Bookmap and remains there for all time. And Bookmap has a very clear way of graphing or plotting trades, entries, exits, stops, break even, all that stuff. So it's quite apparent. As I said, this is Bookmap, and this is IRT, which is my investor RT. And the first thing we should do at this moment is look at the news. We have the S&Ps. We have the S&P PMI numbers coming out at 8:45, and we have new home sales coming out at the top of the next hour at 9 o'clock. It's only a 2-star, but the S&Ps are 3-star numbers, which indicates that they should have market impact. Now, this is investing.com. It's my old standby news source. You can filter it for wherever you are or whatever reports you're interested in. And the important thing to know about investing.com is they only work on or report traditional economic or revenue jump numbers or events, non-farm payroll, S&P PMI, Fed FOMC minutes, those kinds of things. They don't typically report or pull in other random events which may have a market moving effect, and that's what I track on the other news source, which is Financial Juice. So just to continue on over here, this is an investing.com. You can, as I said, filter for whatever you want, and notice that the event title turns to a URL. So if you don't know what S&P Global Manufacturing PMI is, you can click that button or click that link, and it'll tell you all about it and the recent releases, etc. We are in earnings season. That's what's happening big time now. Today, Friday is typically fairly light. Wednesday was both Alphabets and Tesla. Yesterday was Intel. Here is it. The lists are way too long to post any place, so I don't do that. Even on Friday, Exxon was out today, so there you are. The Financial Juice, as I said, is the other news source I use, and kind of because they do pull non-financial related events into the calendar, and if not, at least pick them up in the squawk box, which is this right column. But events which may have an impact on our market, on our auction, and it's not any political statement, it's a fact. Today's environment, your primary objective as a trader is to preserve your account, and then, of course, to grow it. The fundamental way that you preserve your trading account is with risk management. If you don't know about a risk, you can't mitigate or manage it. So it's really important to know about any potential risks. And that's why Financial Juice is appealing to me, because they'll pull things like Trump speaks at 1400, Trump speaks at 1800 essentially. Well, that's long after the market's closed, and this is Friday. But this is the power hour. This is the last hour of the market on a Friday. Important. Well, last 2 hours, but the cash market, the last hour. And everybody, unless you've been, living under a rock or in the somewhere for the past couple of years, you will know that there's an extremely high potential that Trump will say something that will have a big impact on the market. Whatever that may be. Could be a social tweet, but this happens to be a speech. But anyway, so that's why I appreciate this. And then over here on the Squawk Box side of life, we have these kind of things, And where is something? Let's get down here to where we have something from yesterday. And we don't. This is all, here he's doing something here and on and on and on. So it's, you need to be careful. That's all there is to it. And I appreciate any opportunity I have that is afforded to me to be careful. All right. Let's move on past that noise now. Wow. What are you doing here? I don't want you to do that. Let's move on past this and do the pre-market. Pre-market. There we go. Well, first on Bookmap, it's real easy to see. I use this blue boy over here, which is just a vertical line. Boop. And I put it on the first print of every session. So how I use it is as perfect example. Right here, right now, in this active data column is the live market. This is now. Trade up, trade down, tick by tick. If I put blue boy over here on the first print of every session, in this case the ETH session, there is no possible way I don't understand what the context has been in the full session from start to now. There you have it. What is it? It's a chop fest. London came in, got all excited. This happened this morning at 7 o'clock or 2 o'clock when London opened. Then we had this thing here just before 7. I don't know why. I assume that was a Trump tweet or something. And here we are. Back to the IRT, same idea. There's yesterday's. This is first of all, with IRT, if you look in the header of any of my chart windows, there is the session. There's the indicator, there's the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So this is the full session. There's yesterday's RTH. Here's today's ETH. Here was the chop fest until I've had enough of this and went to bed. And then here's London coming in, being all excited about everything and doing this and back down. What have we done today? What have we done all night? Well, we've opened here, and here we are. There's the RTH open. Close is right underneath it here, and here we are right now. So we have done exactly nothing. We have just traded them up, traded them down, let a bunch of retail guys get dumped into the blender, as near as I can tell. You see the profile is just about balanced. This gold line right here and the associated gold line at the bottom are the balance lines. plotted by IRT against volume. So we are exactly in balance. Well, 1 or 2 ticks off on the low side. That's unusual. Look at here. There's the upside from yesterday's RTH. Here's the balance line. So in order for have this profile and volume be balanced, we would have needed to trade down here. So it's pretty unique for me to see this in the ETH here. Again, this is the micro composite tab. This is the ES, the ESMNQ, my higher time frame micro composite, and the market profile. I don't change the market profile from ES to MES, vice versa, but I do change it from full session to RTH session. And there's a similar tab set for the NQs, the minis, exactly the same. So let's start at the top down, which I think is probably the best thing to do. Again, MES, 1 day, daily session. Each one of these bars is a full RTH trading session. Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, yesterday. Okay. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates the micro composite POC, which is here, this yellow line at 75.46. It also generates the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines here that you can have a hard time seeing probably, but they are just the high and the low volume nodes of this volume profile, the most current. And those values push automatically to Bookmap. Now, here was yesterday. Why isn't it included? Price didn't overlap. Just like price didn't overlap here. Price didn't overlap here. Price didn't overlap here. This may not be correct, but it is consistent. So I will always do that until somebody explains to me why there's a better way. But so far, that's it. And this little white nub that you can barely see over here, maybe, probably see my mouse, that's current price right now. So we're trading essentially just under the close. And is that true? Well, there's the RTH close, and here we are. Well, isn't that amazing? Okay, so let's... as I said, the high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. So we Bookmap. There we go. Well, we just noticed that here's the RTH close. These are the session prices for my RT. And I share these if anybody's interested. I publish them from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on a Friday. Free. Just let me know in the, like, subscribe, let me know in the chat, and I will hook you up with the CSV comes from Google. So it's completely virus, free and not any nefarious crap going on there. And it's pushed automatically from my system up there. And if that would be handy for you, you can use it in Cloud Notes, you can use it on these indicators, you can use it in your software of choice, or just have it as a CSV file, Excel, and a couple of people in the T-Lab do that. Ned does, for example. And a lot of people use them, so there you go. The columns, right to left, microcomposite. This is where I manually enter things like the MCV, POC, and that kind of stuff. And I don't know whether I can show you anything of this or not, but, well, there you go. There's some of the things that I've entered. And here are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Now, this is the volume profile for the full session, or the Globex, which started plotting last night at 1700. This is the RTH and the Delta volume profiles, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Now, they continue to plot through the night with the full session, which I really don't like, and I've brought that up to Bookmap, but they don't seem to, they're making money, and who are the hell am I, right? This is the statistics probabilities column. Very important to me. We'll do that in a second. We'll establish the open type for the day, and then we'll clear the column and get the associated probabilities for the current session as they apply to the related price levels. This is the full level 2 book, ask and bid. I don't have a dome on here anymore because I wasn't using it to execute, and it's 4 columns. So 2 of those are right here. The liquidity, which is the most important column, I believe, and the prices. I keep everything really simple. I don't use any indicators, just volume, price, and probabilities or statistics. And you'll see nothing here on my IRT or book map. The closest I come to indicators really, I think, is the VWAP, which are calculated. So, okay, there you go. The POCs, full session and RTH. POC, nothing complicated or mysterious. It just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Nothing more. So far, 74.5 is where the most contracts have traded in the overnight, right there. And the minute one of these other prices trades one more contract than 45.93, that price will move there. That's it. Nothing more complicated than that. The VWAP is volume weighted average price, and this is the mid. There's an IB high and low. These are just session prices, but sometimes the names are a little misleading. I don't know who decided that the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session would be called the initial balance, but they did, and it's well recognized by everybody on the planet that trades, I think. So that's what they are. The initial balance high and the initial balance low simply mark the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more complicated than that. I already told you about Blue Boy. These lines are pushed from IRT to Bookmap, and they are references for trading on a specific strategy, which I'll talk about in a little while. And or also I can have these session prices also plot over here in these lines, but I'm not doing that at the moment. They all push that stuff. The stuff that you see out here pushes from IRT, as do the session prices. Okay. The statistics, very simple. Once again, not complicated. There are only 4 statistical open types: higher outer range, higher in range, lower in range, lower outer range. In other words, gap up, gap down, and 2 in the middle. How do you determine that? There's only 2 criteria. This is the current price, as we've already talked about. If we open right here, right now, how would that relate to the previous RTH close? Well, there it is. So it's lower than the close. How would that price relate to the previous RTH range? Well, I don't have it here because it's so wide, but it ought to be pretty obvious that it's within range. There's the previous high and the lows down below us. So instead of lower outer range, which was gap low yesterday, I'm going to change the column title to lower in range. And we could trade down a little bit or up a little bit and then be higher in range, in which case I'll complain a lot, but anyway. And I always change the column title to represent the correct open type, because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, if I see that column title, I know exactly what the open relationship was. Easy, huh? The next thing we're going to do is delete the session or the statistics from yesterday, right? Because they're from yesterday. Easy. Like I said, simple, huh? Now, we can go get the statistics for today. Opening, lower in range. How do we do that? The statistics tab in IRT. And there was yesterday, and here we are, as we've just determined, will be today. After 8:30, IRT will highlight the correct open type. They will also change the text color of these levels from black to blue when the level's been revisited. Here was the overnight low. and then we just kept going. We never got back to the POC or anything else. So here's the open type. And the way the system works is very simple, like everything else. The computer looks back at the most recent 1,834 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower in range 533. Of the days we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 81.8% of the time. Overnight mid 81.8. And that's just exactly. Let's look at, I want to do something quickly here. Previous high is 41.5. You see how this is all scrunched up and making it hard to get things together? 41.5 is the previous high. Now I'm going to roll these up to about 1 point so that I can have a better, you see how off I was here with the, that's because of the way it was compacted. Now back to the business at hand over here. Next one up is the 88.7, and that's the previous overnight volume point of control. And that's right there. 80.7. And previous close is 73.2. And I've got to do something else right now, and then we'll come back to the stats in a second. I need to do the T-Lab snap, which I do every day at about 8:20. I do 2 snaps in there a day anymore. And I'll tell you all about what that is here in a minute. This is why I stream, because I don't multitask. Well, I do, but, I stumble around at it. And I want to be accurate. So, well, nobody likes this stuff anymore today. Okay, the hell with you. Anyway, every morning at about 8:20, every morning around 6-ish or before, I post the reports for the day. And every morning about 8:20, I post this snap, which is the T-Lab snap. You notice the tab right there. And the idea here is that it gives all the folks over at the T-Lab access to a bunch of numbers and levels that data that they may not have, and then a visual representation of this is a full session. Remember, the header tells you everything. And this is the last bunch of days and sessions. Gives them an idea of what's going on, and I guess it's still helpful, I hope. I used to be quite active in the T-Lab, not so anymore, because I am focused on my own trading, which is actually a suggestion from Tom at the T-Lab to focus on your own market and narrate and, watch that rather than yucking it up in a Discord room. Now, what the T-Lab is started by a guy named Tom B, who's been trading for 48 years or something. Way back when, started as a money manager, and I'm sure just trades his own account now. I have no idea, but I assume so. Maybe he's still managing money. I would be amazed, but anyway. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. That's not the point of the room, but he has a lot of good ideas and philosophies and concepts about training, and there's a lot of good people in there. So I, feel a certain camaraderie to it, and I make those 2 posts religiously every day, and I share the session prices with anyone in there, as I do anybody in the stream here, but I share the session prices with a lot of people over there. I mean, a lot of people use them. One thing about the T-Lab, obviously it is a Bookmap Discord chat room. So, Bookmap sponsors it. Of course they want you to subscribe to Bookmap football, I mean, come on. But you're never solicited for anything in the T-Lab that I know of, which is a real plus in today's world. And nobody's ever selling anything, right? So I think that's great. And as I said, I, tip my hat to them every day. There you go. Back to the statistics while we're here. Let's just quickly do that before we got 5 more minutes. So where were we? We've got the POC, the mid, the close. Let's do some stuff like the IB high, previous close. We've got, POC, we've got here 67.5. And that's way, 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 way above us. And IB low is 61.9. That's right here. 61.9. IB low. I do this as an example. Why did I put those initials? Because, remember the definition, it's just the high and low of the first 1 hour. So the minute we open, both the POC and the IB high and low are going to move on around price. That simple. Let's see what we got up here, if we can find any of these others. I don't know where the IB high actually went. It's got to be buried under here somewhere. There's the previous high, ETH high, the overnight high. That's always a good one. Typically, after you do this for a long time, you'll come to the conclusion that, what the hell is it? 51.6. You'll realize that the high, the low, the session, the POC, the mid, the high, the low, that kind of thing, are the most frequent. It doesn't change much, right? Remember, it looks back at 1,800 days, so it doesn't change dramatically. Now, where the big changes can come in is the open types. That could have some significant change. For example, to revisit the overnight POC today is 80.7. To revisit the POC yesterday was 71.8. And on the other side of the coin, it would be 76. So that's how they work. Let's see, where else am I? The overnight low, where did you go? Low is 65.7. I see that lurking about down here. Seems like I'm running out of gas here again. I don't know why I'm getting slower. I'm not going to worry about the meds, the POC. Where the hell did the POC go? There we go. So the previous POC is right here. This is where we closed. And that's something, remember I said a minute ago that I didn't like that. 67.5 POC. Now, what I was referring to when I said I didn't like the fact that these columns keep plotting, this was the overnight POC when we closed. I mean, RTH POC from yesterday, right there. But because this column kept plotting and it continues to calculate, it's moved up here now. Well, that's not the previous RTH POC. It's down here. So that's irritating to me. And why I'm trying to get Bookmap. This column should open at 8:30 and close at 1600. So should the delta. This should, in theory, I should be able to have this open at 1700 and close at 8:30. That would be ideal. But that's not, that's not the way it is. And there you go. I guess that's going to do it for the day. We're going to get on to the next order of business here, which is get ready for the open. I'll be right back. Wait, we just got 30 seconds. Hold on. I'll just be ready here instead. I'll be the ready Freddy. And I'm sure we're going to have a big lag at Bookmap or IRT, and Bookmap will fall on its head, and all that stuff. A lot of data coming down the pipe. 10 seconds. Well, you see, I'm trying to reset, and it's not doing what I'm asking it to do. So that's just magic. There we go. That sucks so much, but hey, what do you want? And now we're going to get over here to legs or us. and I need to change all of these charts from RT full session to RTH. So that's what I'm going to do. As best I can. And you see our open down here. There's our open. There's yesterday. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. And let's do the same thing for the minis over here. Now, if I were to use my some of my new strategies here, like the magic box, I would be in trouble. Save. I've just, before they open here, I've done the data management, which is quite a robust piece of kit, and I've restarted the software, and we got 81-second delay up here. Plotting, okay. Session price is okay. It catches up. But if I were trying to trade this, completely unusable. So let's get back to here you see we're just starting to plot the day. Just starting to plot the session. What have we got over here? Did I set everything else up? Yes. These are the strategies. Yes. That's impossible. Can't possibly have an A strategy yet. Okay. I'm going to step away right now, and when we come back, well, maybe I can do it right now. Let's put Blue Boy on here for the day, huh? Wake up, you dog. Thinks he's a big shot. I'm a big shot. Big shot. Here we go. I'll be right back. Well, there's the high and there's the low, and this is of the first 6 minutes. So I missed the magic window big time. It would have been great still, but let's see. The magic box, I should say. All right, what else have I got going on here? Well, there's homie. Excuse me. Yeah. So we have a giant possibility for an inside bar. We don't have any kind of a gap down. Well, we did have a gap down by, just a sneeze. Actually, 10 points. That's substantial. That's a problem with I have a problem with Bookmap in the scaling. Like right now, I'm thinking I just got to saying, we just had a little bit of a gap down. No, we did not. Here's the open at 44, and here's the close at 55. That's 11 handles, 11 and a half, which can be a substantial trade, one and done for anyone. And we've got liquidity laying up there, quite a bit of it, just below. And 73% probability we'll take it out. We've taken I need to move this down a little bit. What was this? This is kind of going to be kind of confusing now. That's the mid. POC. We've taken all of these already. And this was the IB low, remember? How I said that was important. We got the overnight low below us, the overnight high above us. Crazy, crazy all around us. And that's an understatement, I think. Lagging, not so bad. 4, 5, 6 seconds. That's not too bad, I guess. Again, I couldn't trade with this, but I'm not, so, there you go. What was I doing? Yeah, music. Okay, let's fire that up. We got the S&Ps at 45. Remember that in about 5 minutes or so. And then we've got the home sales at the top of the hour. They're only 2-star, but a lot of focus on that stuff today in these days. Okay, what's going on now? Why are you not plotting? Okay. Oh, 0 lags. There we go. That's got to be false advertising. Five minutes till that news. And the S&P at the 45, and the top of the hour, we've got the home sales, new home sales. Well. 3 holes in the ground. So let's see here. Let me just. My office is quiet and no speakers, so if I want to monitor stuff, I need to put on my headset. Let's see. And I don't see anything here. What's going on? Oh, hold on. I see what's going on now. I got it. Hold it. I got it. Okay. I didn't realize something. Ridiculous. Themes. I never can find that. Never can find that here. There we go. Now we're talking. Still not hearing anything. Okay, it's just a delay. All right. All right. So in a tight range, I am assuming waiting for the S&P. 2 minutes. And home sales top of the hour. I don't know if they're waiting for it, but I certainly am. Excuse me. Well, we have the IABs high and low, and they've encompassed. We've revisited the open. Pretty soon I'm going to go revisit the neighbor's cat, make sure I can let old Bear in. Keeping an eye on things for the neighbors while they went on a little vacation. Poor suckers, they went to the Florida Panhandle, and all week has been Bertha. I hope they've had a really nice time, but what are you going to do? You know, storm season starts in June and ends in October, so if you try to plan your life around possibles hurricanes or tropical storms, it's a crapshoot. No, serious. There was quite serious storm surge and stuff in Louisiana and around, but nothing here. And I don't think anything where they think it kind of set up to the west of them. So good for them. Very definitely good for them. And good for everybody else, actually, that's not being destroyed by the weather. I don't know if, I forget the storm, was it Harvey that hit New Orleans so hard? I don't know that they ever did have yet gotten the ninth ward ever repaired. I don't, must be. God, that's got to be, I don't know how many years, 10 or 20 or something. I don't know the name of the storm either, but you know, you get the point. Hugo, man. And I went through Hugo. I went through 2 or 3 storms when I lived in the Caribbean. The force of nature is truly amazing. let you know how insignificant and all-powerful we are as individual humans. Not so much. Not so much. Golly. That was not much of a reaction to the S&Ps, huh? Now let me do something here. Let me get this wound out to 1 point. So we can kind of get some sort of a, yeah, that's a little bit better. So now we're 1 point, no, 1.5. Come on. Well, we're getting quite a bit of lift off the S&Ps here now. What's going on here? I want 1 point wide. I wish they had a button you could just click that it would automatically set that scale. That something else I gotta put in my bitch list, I guess. I don't think they care about me too much because I bought this software. You know, I bought the license for the software, so they probably are not too terribly worried what the hell I think. That's what I was looking for. That's 1 point high, $1, whatever you want to call it, 1 point, not a dollar. And there's Blue Boy. So 745 right there. There's the reaction to the S&P 500 PMI. Moving the needle up a little for the IB and officially closing the gap. The gap from here to here. I didn't even mark them. What a bad little boy. The official gap is the previous close to the current RTH open. For years, I always thought of the gap as previous RTH low to the open, and I was correct. I realized I was wrong when I started using Edgeful. That and then I Googled it to check, and yes, very definitely the gap is considered closed to open, and the outside or inside range or bars, all of that stuff is, of course, based on the range rather than the open and close. An insignificant point, but a point nonetheless. And I try to be accurate. Huh? Home sales, top of the hour. Kind of no man's land here. What are you going to do here? Kind of hard to get into. This was just a giant cluster over here, right? Got a big sell and tail and a big buy and tail, and we ended up smack on it. I guess a doji or whatever you call that. Absolutely indecision is what that bar really means. They tried to run it down, they bottom up. They tried to sell it down, buy it up, and they sold it down. So selling tail, buying tail. And here we are. Naked volume points of control. Right there. Well, we got a naked volume point of control from yesterday right down here at 74.30. Is that where we have it? $74.30 should be right. Wait a minute. Should be right there. Yep, exactly. Isn't that cute how that works? I'm going to put my usual over here too, which is something that lasts longer than this daily maneuver. And that is Naked volume point of control. 230726. Boop. Because sometimes these are not revisited. They remain an important, arguably important level, but the session prices I change out daily, so there you go. I'd say something. What would I say? They didn't think much of the PMI, and they got to reading them and didn't think much about services, and there we go down. Am I in the right window? No. Here we go. What I just did was put this permanent in the micro composite column record for the naked volume point of control of yesterday, which is also in the daily statistics here. Well, if you were a genius, you knew that this double top right here was the short, and down you go, isn't it? Sure, there's a lot of traders that will say that that's what happened. I wish I could be one of them. So it looks like the stream is trickling along. That's a good thing. Remember, this is my virtual trading journal. The idea being that everything that I'm seeing on these two primary monitors is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment, which completes the recording, the journal, much more accurate, transparent, fully accountable than I could ever hope to do with screen snaps and typing. You know, it's just only makes sense as far as I can see. And we've pushed the IB low down some more, and this is going to trade up here, but they're almost to the overnight low. Almost. A lot of geopolitical risk afoot, I have the feeling. And probably going to get worse the closer we get to the midterm. Be interesting to see. They're laying the groundwork for trying to pull an executive order to do something drastic to the midterms. I think that's my prediction. Okay, why does it all happen when I walk away? Why is that? I think it's because of, well, IRT. So here we have the IB high, IB low. There's the IB low. This should catch up together here pretty quick, and the flag is off center. And the funniest thing about all of this data is, I don't know, it's funny, but these are all driven by the exact same data from IRT being pushed over here. The difference is how quickly Bookmap will update the various cloud node columns or the line indicator, or, that's why they're different sometimes. Going to take out that POC here pretty quick, it looks like. And wouldn't that be pleasant? Wouldn't that have been a pleasure to be short, to take this second short, mean reversion? And you're in it now 20 handles plus 2, 42, 52, 23 handles, 24. That's done for the day, and you're out the door and outside doing something fun in, less than 30 minutes. That's the way to approach trading. This stand at the desk and grind it all out is not the approach. I am sure of that. Now, in the case of people who are making money streaming and having flat followers and stuff, then their job is to stand and talk all day, or whatever they do. That's for sure. Couple of a minute now to the home sales, in case that has any impact. We're only in the market not quite 30 minutes yet, so the initial balance trades are not, or strategies are not setting up. I will try to figure out, give everything moments to think here. Must be light volume. Typically with 200, I've got crap drawn all over the place around here. See how these, what I was just setting was these liquidity markers. That's one at 70, this big one up here at 70. So he came into the market, actually was in the market most of the evening, lifted off. Here we are, lifted off at the report, you see. Those algos are smart enough to get out of the way for a report. You see that? 40. And came back in at 45 after the release. What now? Brown cow. Yeah, the magic box is, I'm doing a lot of studying with that and working on that strategy. I have to have this in place. And there should be the housing number. If you want to look at this market profile-ish way, here's the market profile exactly, but it's maybe easier visualized here with the bigger volume profiles. What is volume? It's, building, overlapping, maybe slightly higher, but basically overlapping yesterday. But yesterday was pretty much of a trend day and completely indecisive. So You know, and they had this big drop over here. IB high, real wide IB. Real wide. That ought to be the news out of the way for the day. Of course, there's the geopolitical, tweets or us is the ever-present danger, but nothing we're going to do about that. I don't think. So maybe geez, I can't believe it's another year and a half. Oh, man. I don't think I'm over the last political cycle. I don't know if I can mentally deal with the next one. Jesus, we used to have kind of a breather, where the guy'd get elected and then they'd all kind of shut up and stop doing stuff for 4 years and then it'd fire up again, This is just a never-ending barrage of that the orange one. And crazy. Looks to me like just crazy on every front. It's just my opinion, but so tiring. All right. Well, let me start a few things here like normal, back to the normal stream kind of cadence. I approach trading as a statistical business of probabilities based on what I've gleaned from the most successful traders in the world, Jim Simmons and Tudor Jones, and Sawzoff and those guys. Nothing that I dreamed up on my own, or no epiphany that I had on my own, but they realize that the market is essentially random. So trying to predict where it's going is, how can you predict something that's influenced by millions of inputs, which is exactly what happens in the market. And never mind all these, these new high frequency, high time frame people. So identify something that happens frequently. Often you don't want to develop a strategy around something that happens once a year. That's probably not very smart. Something that happens relatively often, like the initial balance. Then you identify specific rules which validate an entry and backtest it away from the live market. You code it up, or however you go about it, one line at a time, whatever. You determine if there's a statistical significance, an expectancy, or an edge, so many people call it, around that setup. And if you have that, if you determine that, then you take every instance of it that presents itself and you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest that edge percentage to your bank account or your account, your trade account bottom line. And that is exactly the plan and the philosophy and the strategy that, as I said, the most successful traders in the world use. And coincidentally, maybe they weren't so clever. It is exactly the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino, or now this prediction bullshit. So they play no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified to have an edge with specific rules. And then when they roll it out on the floor, the only mission in life for all those people on the casino floor besides catching gamblers or whatever, cheaters or whatever else, is to play the game as many times as possible in 24 hours. And that's how the law of large numbers manifests. It's really the truth and really simple. If you don't believe me, Google it. It is exactly the truth. So I figure if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I'm going to do the same thing. Now, what I have done is I test my strategies back and forward in IRT. Right here is the strategy. This chart is just for visualization. It has nothing to do with the strategy itself. It's pushed to the chart, so if a trade happens or whatever, it displays over here. And something is very definitely wrong here. I'm just seeing because it's not 9:30 yet. So this system should be trading these rules. I've got to see what's going on, but not right now. The idea is, but very definitely it's important to know. I always trade live, real time, real market, and bookmap. This is in the simulated environment of IRT, because obviously if I'm working, practicing, trying to develop a system, why in the Christ would I want to be using money, right? And that's not how you do it. The object is to do this statistically with back testing, and then you determine the probability of that happening. So these are the rules. The system evaluates every one of these rules every 30 seconds. Now, there you go. Here's what's currently happening. Here is the edgeful idea, same strategy, high, low, and the zones. Notice these zone levels right here, which push over here. There you go. And the problem I have is I'm not a young code whippersnapper, so it takes me forever to develop. It took me forever to develop this original thing here and make sure that it works properly and has, it'll scale in, it'll scale out, multiple targets, stop, all that stuff that's required, like real trading, like we would do as a human. And so what I'm doing is I have decided to try to lean on this other tool called Edge to work on probabilities so that I can focus on trading, not being a code commando. And that tool is this thing here, which is probably going to give me some crap. Now, there we go. The gap fill's done, so never mind. Let's get on to the next one, which is, in my world, is the initial balance. All right. So this tool has these various reports, and you can set up your own templates, which I try to do. MES, the initial balance report. What this is saying right here is that there is a 74.8% probability that there will be a single breakout. That's 95 out of 127 days, looking back 6 months. Looking back a year. There's about 255 or something trading days, so there you go. And here's 60 out of, this is 23 double break and no break. Now, this is looking at the initial balance, which is the first 1 hour, 5-minute candles, but it's measured by the wick, not the close. Obviously, if you measure by the close, you can screw yourself up. A candle could come up through, wick up through the IB and close below it, and that would not constitute the statistic. So let's move on to the next most important thing, which is interesting, and that's the days of the week. So here we have the MES 1 year on Friday. Let's look at Monday. Look at the difference. Look at that. Now, 78% probability 76, I'm sorry, we single break, 20 we double, and 4% we don't break either one. What I'm going to do now is move to the next report, which is the rejection. And that's based on, this bases itself on which of the initial balance levels formed first. We can do that by looking over here. We can get Blue Boy over here, and we can see that. Are we on there? Yeah. Okay, here's the beginning of the session, right? So we can see that the high was put in here, the IB high, and after that followed the IB low. This could change 15 times. If they come up here and take the high again, then all of a sudden the lows form first. It can happen to, change many times in the first 1 hour. But at this moment, the IB high was formed first. So I've got to make a couple of customized changes down here because this is from yesterday. Sorry. And this is Wednesday. Now it's Friday. That's okay. All right. So here's what we have. If the IB high is formed first, we have in 1 year on the MES. Oh, see, the time frame snuck out on me. I was doing a bunch of stuff with their AI thing this morning. We have a 76% probability the low will be broken first, and the 19% will be the high. And then we'll wait for the IB to develop and start fleshing out these following filters. There's also another thing that's pretty handy, which I didn't really know, is TradingView. If you subscribe to Edgeful, you get all of these indicators free, or you can use them all, right? From Edgeful. And I wasn't familiar with TradingView, but boy, it's a slick thing, I'll tell you right now. And I was doing something with this, so never mind. Let's press on over here. Whereas I don't know how to do stuff with this. As I said, I'm pretty much of a donut over here. Where the hell am I? I don't know how to get there quick. Maybe I'm sure there's a way. I don't see any scroll things around here like most programs have. So I don't know how you do it, but this looks like current price to me. This is the IB. This is the session. This is a trade thing I've got going on. So here we are. Remember, the IB high formed first, the low formed second. This is the opening bar. The bias at this moment is up because we're going to put in a new IB high here in about a second, and then the low will be formed first. Probably. And let me do something. Let me turn this thing off. What I was doing last night. And let me do this one. Let's put the dashboard over there, which will give us the IB size and all that other stuff. There we go, and it'll be right up here, supposedly. Did that not show up? Why? Why didn't that show up? Show the dashboard. There we go. I just got through calculating, I guess. There it is over here. So we have a 26.5 wide handle IB. All of these will be fleshed out at the end of the first 1 hour. And the other two filters based that we were looking at over here, the IB size and the ending zone, come from most easily found here. There's the IB zone size, and it'll tell you which one formed first. And looking at the closing price of the last bar within the IB zone gives you the ending zone. There you go. And now we've pushed the high. So all of a sudden, you see, all of a sudden the low is formed first, because now the high just moved up above here. Yep. That's how she works. So now we're over here. So now there is a 75% probability that the high is broken first because we've just flipped the dynamic of the stats around. Yeah. So we're halfway through the IB and nothing's been formed or set up. And that's where we are. Now these zones over here, 25, 50, 25, and the high and the low, these calculate dynamically as the IB high and low spread out. So that works pretty handy. Well, I don't know what that means. Well, the IB is going to set here in a minute now. It's time to be real What the hell is going on? Crazy, huh? What is this session look like so far? It is so it's 28, about 27 handles wide, and just a blender, right? They're making retail soup. Remember the balance lines I pointed out? Well, there's the bottom one, and here's the top one. So to balance this profile, volume and ticks need to get up here. And the IB is going to set now in about 8 minutes. What would I think is going to happen? I guess my initial reaction would be that it would be a mean reversion idea rather than a breakout. And the edge fill can do 2 or 3 different, if you stop and think about it, wherever it went. So the low has formed first now. The high is the likely suspect. 75%, 76% the high breaks without any additional filtering. And then we have, let's say we're getting ready to break the high. There's a couple different, let's say we break the high, assuming this works. The next filter is the retracement. So what this is saying is, let me make sure this doesn't save customs from one to the other, I've discovered. And we want to get rid of that. Let's assume that the high broke first. That means that there's a 72% probability we will retrace to the 25% zone, and 50% we're going to get down to the 50. What does that mean? Well, this is not an IB break. This is just an extension of the initial balance because it's not 930 yet. But assuming that that was the IB breakout, there would be a 72% or 73% probability we would retrace to here, and a 50% we're going to retrace down to here. 25 and 50. What a lot of traders will do is wait for the retrace, get long, looking for the breakout. I think in an environment like this, my tendency would be to wait for the breakout and play the mean reversion, which is short back to the mean, because you've got 70% probability, 73% probability you're going to get to here, and another 50% you're going to get down here. Well, the only way that works is if there's enough meat on the bone. So it's 6 points at the moment from here to here, right? 58 to 52 or something like that. That's close. Only 12 points down to here. So that's questionable. I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Just thinking out loud here. And there's no, I've never seen anything in Edgefield or anywhere to along those lines, along that thinking. So I don't know. But we got about 4 minutes now for another IB before the IB sets. One thing for sure, I would not ever, I don't think, I shouldn't say ever, I don't think it's wise to front run the statistic. because there's no rules around it. You know, there's nothing that says we're going to break the I. Well, it says there's a 76% probability we're going to break the IB high. And I guess that's something you can lean on. I just don't find that my data has a high, that's a high probability trade, or, you know, has good success. Yesterday, I really screwed up. I had a very clean, clear signal, and I was standing here. I pointed it out, but it was late in the day, and I didn't take it. That was really dumb. I cannot do that anymore. I just have to execute, period. That's something I need to do. I can't keep waffling along like this. So let's see, is everything working? Music's musicking. Stuff is plotting. We're going to have the IB low here in a couple of seconds. We've got TradingView confirming that. 4 into 28s. 7, right? 7 points wide and a 37% high IB, which probably won't change. So we can get over here and do some stuff over here. Let's get to this one first. Rejection, and change this to boom, boom, boom. There we go. That changes this around. Notice went from 73% to 57%. And let's do this one. This doesn't have any end of day thing going on, so that's good. This pretty much stayed the same. Okay. Let's see what the rejection turns out to when we get the closing candle, which is going to be pretty darn soon. The way you do the closing zone is wherever this candle, which is the last one to close within the IB time frame, whichever zone it is, this one or this one or this one, that designates the ending zone percentage, and the percentages are assigned opposite the first level formed low, first level formed, which in this case is low. So it's 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. If it closes up here, it will be 0 to 25. Closes down here, it's 25 to 50. That simple. That simple. There we go. So it closed in the 25 to 50. So we'll jump back over here. We go here. We go here. We go 25 to 50. Now, in a 1 year period with that filter we just threw on there, there's now you got to get out to 2 years to get anything more than 100% probability we're going to take the IB high. That's a lot. Oh, I got to do something else on TradingView. I forgot all about it. I didn't put my little magic fun indicator thingy over here. It's this thing right here. Okay. And so here we are in a chop fest. My initial reaction is to go play with the cats. This is retail soup as far as I'm concerned, and not surprising. Look at the week we had and the news and the whatever else, earnings, and So there's our open, there's the open, and here we are. We're trading exactly no place in the first 1 hour. However, if we break out, I will trade mean reversion back to the center based on the probability, based on the profile we have today. We still I realize we have statistics above us and below us, but it just doesn't look to me like a high probability setup to look for a breakout, which is what that trade you're actually basing on. Now, what a lot of the edgeful people that I know of, or at least that I've heard, do after there's been the breakout and then there's been the retracement, they're targeting just the IB, not any steps further. There are levels further you can target, but typically breakouts are statistically fewer and farther between than our rotational days. That's a fact, Jack. And our IB has been set. And here we are, stuck in the middle, right? So what do we have between them? We've got 58, 52. Well, we got 6. Well, I guess it's right at, yeah. We got basically 6 points between our zones, and we're trading right on the open. I don't know of any, if they're waiting for something that we don't know about, like, Einstein's gonna come out, regurgitate all over Truth Social. I don't have any idea. I don't have any idea. The NQ is poking its nose out the bottom. Look at the divergence we have over here. This is the MNQ, and this is the ES, MES. MNQ has got all the signs of going lower. The MES got all the signs of just retail soup. No lags, that's pretty cool. Hey Anton, what's up? Interesting morning. We're in a chop fest here. We've had a little news. The PMI, S&P PMIs were out at 8:45 and home sales at the top of the hour. But we've got a real chop fest going on in the ES. NQ, NQ and MNQ are looking lower, but this has just been we're right on the open. Right on the open. My thinking here as far as the edgeful stuff would be to, if we get a breakout, whichever way we get it, supposed to be the high, as the probability is the high. Trade a mean reversion back to the center. I did something with your opening thing last night too. I'll show you that, and if you're interested, you use, I know you've told me you have TradingView, so if you can, if it's interesting, I don't know how to share anything with TradingView, but I imagine we can figure it out. You can play with it much as you want. And I did push on with trying to get that into Edgeful, but it seems that the Edgeful AI does not have access to the data sets. It only accesses them through the reports. So I pinged them in help and I told them what AI told me. And what I tried to do was I exported the data set from IRT and then tried to import it, which is what the AI at Edgeful asked me to do. And it just falls on its head. So I don't know what to do. I mean, you know, whatever. There it is. The good. Yeah, I did. I'm waiting to see what happens if we break this IB or whatever we're going to do, and then we can start looking around at the IB thing. But maybe quickly. I don't know. When I say quickly, you never know. Huh? So here we are, IB. There's the IB stats. Now the first thing I need to do is close the IB stat thing because it puts the statistic, it plots the statistics in the same corner up here. IB breakout. If I close this, it ought to go away, I think. No, I don't want to do that. I want to just get rid of the statistics. Yeah. Doop. Okay, now the IB thingy is right here. What it did was this. What's going on? Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to have it doing two things at once, I don't think. There we go. Yeah, I know. Goddamn stupid thing. I don't know how long it takes for that dumb thing to shut up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is all I can have because of my thing. Okay, now, are you going to be nice now? Play right? Okay. Now, so here's the statistics thing, a little guy up here in the window. And what it'll do is the session time zone, the session, you did change it, of course. You've got to have the retest window outside or larger than the candles, which makes pretty good sense. And then I put in a input for the divergence minimum and maximum. And I'm not sure what the wick is important because you don't want to worry about, you don't want it being the close. Okay, so let's just look at what I've got here now. And what it'll do is, there's the statistics. And the problem with me doing this is I've only got limited data. This is the 5-minute one, but the way it presents itself is this. Somewhere here. Let's see if it is. Let's see if it's doing that as it's supposed to, as it was doing last night. Well, there'll be a green line and a flag, but I don't see it yet. Maybe I did something wrong with the setup here. Let's see what's going on. Well, let's do this then. It's gonna be that way. 5 minutes. There's your 5-minute thingy. This could be it. Let's do minimum required divergence and maximum. Let's make this in ticks. 10 ticks, that's only... Well, maybe let's make it 6. And 100, who cares? So there were 10 instances, 5 of them were, was it successful? And that's a 50% rate. But what I'm trying to show you here, and I don't seem to be able to do that, and it was working. Here we go. So here's what happens. It plots a line on the bar where it occurred, and it gives you this flag. So My problem is I only have a few days of 1 minute candle data because of this, plan I have with TradingView. If you've got the maximum go get 'em plan, you can go back as many days as you want to with data. But this is the way it presents. So, and I believe this is what you had in mind and what is correct. There's the opening price. The first bar, the second bar crosses through the opening price. And there it is. And that's how it flags it. Yeah, I don't know anything about options, but I believe you. And yeah, well, you can set it up to what, you could set this up any way you want. You can set it up to, you don't need to use 1 minute if you're doing 30 minutes, but yeah. Whoops, don't want to do that either. 30 minutes. There you go. Now there'll be a whole lot more of them. Well, it only goes back 10 days, right? Because I only get 10 sessions with 1 minute data, so that's where I'm screwed. But since we've gone to 30 minutes, now there's 33 sessions, 27 of them were successful or stats, and that's 81 point whatever that says %. So that's the best I could do. And I don't know where. Oh, there you go. Again, here's some of them. There's one. So there's the opening price. Boom, close. There you go. And then you can wander along here. There's the next one. This is now 5 minute bars. And it doesn't plot on the first bar. I mean, if you set this to 5 minutes, you're not going to get taken, double whammy on the first one. But yeah, that's the way to go. There's another one. So there's the first bar, goes up, it goes down, and then this one comes back through the open, which is right here. This one did not, right? So there's the opening price. Maybe get rid of this stupid little flag thing. That bar ought to be good enough, I would think. There's the opening price. It goes up and comes down, doesn't get anywhere, and then the next one goes through it. If you want this thing, there's a way to share them somehow. If you want to have this code, Merry Christmas. It's not very complicated. There you go. There's some way to share this shit, I think. Oh, publish this script or share it maybe, or do something to it. I thought there was a thing around here that said share somewhere or another. I've never done that, but anyway, we can figure that out if you want to. And you can change if you don't like the statistics and want more than these statistics, those can be added. But anyway, at least it does that. Here's another one. The first bar opened up here, this one opened down here, and it takes it out on the second bar. And because you waited for because you have it on 5 minutes, that's the 5 minute bar. And it won't take a tray. There we go again. There's the fourth bar down. The same thing happens. Let's see how I can turn that plotty thing off. The plot, vertical background, highlight, plot, failure, baselines, green. I'll put in or have this thing tell me how to put in a just a tick box to turn off or on this little. I don't think I started out with just the flag thing, and then I think the highlighted bar makes it a lot simpler, unless there's some statistic that might be meaningful over here. I don't know. And just, it was just as quick as I could remember what you did and tried to figure it out. Because I think it's valid. I like the idea. So there it is. Now, again, this is only looking back 33 sessions, 33 RTH sessions. Because that's all I have. That's all I have access to with this one step ahead of free plan that I have. All right. Let's nuke that bad boy and get back to something else here. See if this thing's actually going to trade. Get up here and put the stats on. For the IB. Boom, boom, boom. I wish I knew how to quickly zoom to I got to start Googling stuff and figuring out what happened here. What has happened here with how you zoom around here? There's got to be a way to just well, maybe that's it. Alt thing, I guess it goes real fast. I don't know how to do it some other way. I would think you could just go boom and it zooms over there, but maybe not. Maybe not. Well, this now is completely contrary to what is expected in the data. Yeah, that's right. I saw exactly the same thing. Yeah, there's a few days I'm going, what happened here? And then I looked at the bars when I scrolled in on it and looked at the bars, and yeah, we didn't ever come back and take the open. So it's not, I'm no code wizard, but it's a hell of a lot faster doing this than it is me trying to figure out something in IRT. So I'm heading this direction for statistics. And I really appreciate your feedback, and I thought it was a great idea. That's why I did it, and it only takes, it all boils down to how you ask the questions and how you specifically change what you want, and then the code comes together, and it doesn't take very long, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. I don't know enough about options to know. I've always heard that the risk was unlimited with options, but maybe that's if you're using, I'm sure it's if you're selling premium, or at least as I understand it. Let's see here. I must be doing something going on here. I don't know what. Yeah. Well, what happened today? Okay, what happened today? There's the open. So we traded up. We traded down. We traded up. We traded down. We traded up. And we finally took out the open. Right there. Well, I guess maybe it was this bar here. It was this third or fourth one in. So what did that do for you? It gave you The thing I don't know how to do, and I didn't put a trading block in there, which is be the next step in that code, is to have it take trades. But I'm not sure what the trigger would be. In other words, how far away from the damn open you know, is do you put on the trade? Maybe just maybe this is where the magic box comes in, right? I don't know. I better go get another cup of tea. I'm getting delirious over here. Well, maybe the stats are going to come true and it's going to take the IB high, huh? I'm still going to trade mean reversion, shorten back in, I think, unless some craziness happens. Ah, here we go for the IB high. Sure as hell. Oh, look at there. Not yet, but pretty close. Oh, wow. Look at that. Well, there's the IB high. Is this going up here on news or something's going to happen? I don't know. Oh, shit. I didn't turn on the goddamn... Are you kidding me? I didn't set up the trading stuff. Oh, that was mega stupid. That was pretty stupid. Man, I'm my own worst enemy here, I think. Trying to do too many things at once. God damn it. Nope, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do that. Damn. I can't believe it. Oh, well, it hasn't done anything yet, but... They're still pushing it up, so is this going up on news or what the hell is going on here? Well, it's a good thing I didn't have myself figured out because I would have been short and pissed right about now. I guess we're going up to the 70s again. I found it, yeah. Let Dad think, okay? Wow. Help Dad think is probably a better idea. Yeah, I'll read that in a second here. I'm trying to look at this thing, I was thinking about the IB mean reversion, but now we're going to push up to the overnight high, and these volumes up here at 70, I guess. Well, there's no trigger for the long and the retest. So I'm not breaking any rule. What, Panda? Stand by. That's about 70 up there at that liquidity. I suppose they're going to come after that liquidity at 70. Well, so much from my theory that they weren't going to break them out today. Oh, shit. What is that? Cancel, cancel. What is all that? That was me accidentally hitting my mouse on the mixer. God damn it. Gosh darn it. Sorry about that. That was pretty disappointing. Wow. That's, yeah. Panda, leave that alone. Okay. Thank you. About ready to shut that whole thing, that functionality completely off, I'm telling you. It's just annoying. And now I'm, making sure I'm not FOMO or revenge or pissed or whatever. Monkey Boy is not overacting. And had I not closed it out so quickly, I would, of course, be in the money. And that's disappointing. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to get a different mouse or what to do. Bookmap says they can't prevent this column from being active on market orders only, which was what I asked them if I could do. And they said, no way, Jose. So that's pleasant. Not very. Bitch. And that's annoying. That's really annoying. How the hell can I do that? A different mouse without buttons that hang over the front would be a handy thing. I guess that's what I'll have to try to find. Because that's what happens is the buttons curl around the front, and when I bump into the mixer or my keyboard or anything while I'm watching the market and not looking where my hands are going, it puts an order out there. And it's depending on where the mouse is. In this case, it was a freaking market order short. Well, that sucks. That 14 ticks is 3.5 points. That's a bummer. Well, they're getting up there to the balance area again. Remember when I was talking earlier about if we're going to get this profile in balance, they got to get to this gold line, which equals down here. And they're up there now within a tick or two of it. That balance is at whatever it is. 86, I guess. Or 68. I turned on the crosshairs, but then IRT just completely falls on its ass. I don't know what to do. Okay, so how wide the 5-minute bar is. I'm just reading your stuff up there now. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, here we go. Here was my mean reversion trade that I meant to do. I guess if I'd have just not been so goddamn fast on the button up here, I'd be in the money big time, huh? Well, I'd have been in the money, no, not big time. 6 handles. And I guess this is going to be an IB continuation trade. Boy, that's disappointing. So in the words of the boys at Static, that's a breakout and retest, is it not? There's the consolidation. There's the breakout. There's the retest. Now what's it going to do? Typically, I would be thinking it was going to be going long because that's what the context has been, but beats me. Yeah, I wish I hadn't been so quick on the draw. Actually, I don't wish that at all. Anytime you make an error or a fat finger, immediately flatten. Immediately. In hindsight, it looks great. It would have been, if this would have gone up here, it wouldn't have looked so great. I still think a mean reversion is the way to go, but maybe now not so much. Well, that really sucks. I'm going to go for a walk here for a minute. So much for mean reversion. That's a pretty volatile move just out of no place. 10 handles? Is that... I suppose somebody said something or... Oh, okay. There you go. Yep, there you go, exactly. Pakistan and Iran explore new path to talks. China initiated push. So, okay, well, there you go. So I suppose the oil is falling out of bed and oh yeah, there we are. There's the squeeze, huh? Jesus Christ. Obvious reversally looking thing up here, but hey, 7,500 is just above, and that liquidity's been parked out there for donkey's years. I think I read someplace that trying to short a squeeze is not a good idea. That crock of shit. Well, that's pretty amazing. IB continuation, I guess. Let's see if that happened over here. Yeah. Let's scratch. I don't know what this thing is doing. It's not doing anything that makes any sense to me. This is not an A. There's no IB here. And I don't think there's anything going on over here. Am I in the right window? No. Sorry about that. No, nothing over here. Boy, this is irritating. What I was looking at with this thing, I don't know what it's doing. It's off on its own, I guess. This is an A, but so what? Yeah, it's a squeeze and squeeze based on news. I mean, and I'm pretty sure that that level at 7,500 is going to be gotten to at some point. That's been in the market for that was in the market yesterday, taken out briefly on the close, put back on at the ETH open last night, and has remained there without interruption the entire session up until now. So, yeah. A likely target, I guess. %70 volume. Perfect. Low volume, random news. All retail traders are singing the blues. There we go. Reading up on the above, there is a minimum and maximum window on that breakout on that bar. And this has been in there since before last night's ETH Open. I don't know how far before that it went, but yeah. Okay. Let's see what I was looking at now, since I'm not interested in this mess anymore. Well, here's what the system did, which is pretty snazzy. It took the breakout. It took exactly the edge full as I have it built. And there's T1 and there's T2. I guess I need to trade like this thing does, or let this thing trade and me stay in bed. The way this entry thing works is a percentage I have in the code that I can change. How far below or above, either side of this 25 it takes along. And of course, that was just news horseshit, so, completely random. Completely random. I got to put a stat somewhere. I guess maybe it's over here. I don't know. Oh, look at that. Look at this little cute thing here. Look at it. Click to show on the chart. There we are. How cute. Isn't that something? All right. What I was going to do was something. I don't know. I was going to shut this off for now and open this back up for now. And what this does, I think, is what you were talking about. So here's the reset window is the clock. And here's the minimum required divergence in ticks and the maximum divergence in ticks from the open. I think that's what you're talking about. So whatever you deem to be, or we would deem to be the closed far enough from the open. This isn't specifically the first bar, though. This would be any number of bars, price divergence from the open. And if in the case of a 5-minute bar and 30-minute candles, 35-minute bar, minutes. Let's see what would be the other one. It's got to be more than, or something, I don't remember. So there's 10 minutes. Oh, I forgot to put the stats up here. So there's the stats, 32, 14, and 37%. Today, nothing. I don't know why. There's the open. 1, 2, 3. There should be the bar that closes it. I don't know what I did different over here, but anyway. Divergence in ticks. Well, what is this? There's the open. 44. 55. Well, that's definitely more than 6 ticks. Basically 10 handles. Should probably have made this points instead of ticks, but anyway, that would be more than enough. Maybe the 10-minute thing. I think the only way to get it the way you want it with the 5-minute bar is to do this and do 1-minute candles, I think. Well, I mean, what's the difference? A 1-minute candle, 5 1-minute candles, the same as a 1-minute bar, right? A 5-minute bar. Hello, there we go. That particular indicator takes a while to think because it takes a while to think. Where is it? Oh, that's New York right there. There you go. So here it was today. In a 1-minute bar, though, this 1-minute bar came down and got it in the first 1 minute instead of what you looked at over here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's why it didn't show up. I had a 10-minute window. It should have. Let's see. I don't know. I'm all confused now. Reset window. Ah, yes, 10 minutes. I had it. This has got to be 20, let's say. And then that 1-minute bar or that 5-minute bar will reset today. Yeah. Here we go. So here's your 5-minute bars. Here's the reset window's got to be wide enough to incorporate whatever you want. So the minimum excursion was exceeded. And this is the bar that took it out, right? 1, 2, 3. Third 5-minute bar, 15 minutes. Okay. I don't know what to think. Yeah, well, it's no problem at all. But obviously, the smaller the time frame, the more nit-nat crap's going to happen. The 5-minute bar is fine. You just have to have the window on that thing wider than the 5-minute bar, wide enough to get where you're going. If the exchange or the whatever window, right here, it's right. 5 minutes. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, and there's the third bar, fourth bar. Well, third bar not including the first bar, but fourth included. There it is. If you set that for less than 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, if you set it for less than 20, there won't be a sign there. It won't be a trigger because the retest window, meaning the period of time from the open until the open is revisited, didn't happen. In 10 minutes or 15 minutes right here, it didn't happen yet. So there's no signal. So that's, That's right then. Now what's this stupid shit doing over here? We know in our world with our own senators and administration that they front run stuff. You know, they know to get in positions and then they come out with some announcement. I would suppose the same goes for everywhere else that needs or wants money. You know, Pakistan and Iran go, you need some dough. Okay, let's invest. Let's put a bunch of longs on or get a bunch of calls, and then let's put out this press thing. That must happen. I know that it was documented to have happened with a huge bunch of shorts at 911, but that was long ago. I'm sure that it happens all over the place now. Now that there's really no accountability or any of the enforcement agencies as we used to know them have all gone away. So the Wild West, I think. And I am just pretty disappointed here. And the premise that we were going to have a mean reversion here was probably very good. What we don't know, or at least I didn't know, is that, you know, they were going to come out with this news shit, crap stuff, whatever you call it. Sorry. I don't know any way to do that. I guess that's what Tom would refer to as the joy of trading. Speaking of that, he's streaming now. So maybe he can shed some light on how they all got long down here at the bottom. And now, you know, in rearview mirror, of course, this was the long right here. There's the test. They didn't get any further, and so I got long right here. And now I've sent all the kids to school, and you know, me and Tom Sawyer are repainting the fence. I keep the notes from these chat things so that in my calmer moments I can, homework time, I can review those numbers and stuff you put there and then look exactly how it would have worked out with what I was thinking and stuff. And I really appreciate it. The magic box has been working great in replays. Much better than the fat fingers in the real time up here. Much better than that. Quite a consolidation they're putting in here. So I guess we've got a bar building. I'll be pretty flabbergasted if we don't take that 7,500, 76, 7,500. Get my glasses off here. 7,500 before the day's out. That will Who knows? You know, they may go down to the floor before they go up there, but I would guess before it's over, they'll be there. I would guess. And here comes Trump out of shoot number 4 on Truth Social, Trump Social, or Trump, yeah. Now he calls it Trump Social, not Truth Social. Is that right? China and, boy, does this even make sense? China and Putin said that he wouldn't sell arms to Iran. Truth Social. Huh. Oh, I see. He's threatening China and Russia down here, and then in this one. Okay, I got it now. Walking it back real fast. Good idea, probably. I would guess. Probably a good idea there, Donnie John. Well, there's the breakout. This one had no retest here. It's set up differently than the one on TradingView. I have a percentage window on TradingView, and this one has a on that TradingView or algo thing, and this one is just. I think it's low. There's got to be lower than here and not above here, I think is how I have the close or the low. So in other words, when it comes through the 25%, it would have gotten along. Whereas TradingView picked a different one. Used a percentage thing differently. And this thing over here is smoking crack. I don't know what it's about. This is no way in hell is that an A, because an A is when the price breaks the initial balance. Well, there isn't one. Until right there. That's actually the official A, because it opens lower than the initial balance, closes higher, and the preceding bar opened lower than the close. So that's actually the A signal's right there. B signal's correct. It goes into, and high is into the continuation zone, and then back to the trigger long. That's correct. And then this was let's piss everybody off, and then up we go. Here's another A, so that's also correct. I don't know. Oh, well, yeah. If anybody would believe anything, I mean, well, I hate to say, yeah, you know where I'm going here, but yeah, who in their Christ, it's like believing a rattlesnake. Are you going to strike? Oh, come on over. Jesus Christ. And he's running out of money. I'm sure. Yeah, no, he won't do anything like that. He's a great guy. That's Don. That's Donnie John. Yeah, it's just, well, obviously, the president of the United States does, or he wants to make his minions believe that. I mean, really, really crazy. It's so bizarre. It's like, you know, it's just so bizarre. What else to say? What else to say? Nah. And I think people like that admire themselves for they don't consider it lying. They consider themselves being out maneuvering someone else, or out clevering some, being more clever or more, I think they really value their deviousness, like that Stephen Miller guy is another one of those, I think. How they rise to where they are, I don't know. Other than there's an old adage in Montana that shit floats, right? So maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Well, it ain't helping me any, that's for sure. If any of the stories I've often heard about Putin are true, which I have no idea, He was just like a low-level bureaucrat, or whatever the hell they call the Secret Service guys over there. I forgot the name. Guy in Berlin, I think. How does that get him to being the leader guy? I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure they do. I'm sure that's kind of it doesn't surprise me at all. Oh, well, listen, here we got the same thing here. Listen to Fox News. I don't, or any of those other guys. What's that Bannon asshole and whatever that thing is he does? I mean, that's the reason I only look at ground news, and then these two sources for media, for trading related stuff. But I would no more believe anything that flowed out of the mouth of somebody from Fox News than fly to the frickin' moon on gossamer wings. I mean, it's just not because I just think it's complete tripe, absolute made up propaganda spin bullshit. Just like it's almost worse here than it is in Russia, because Russia Putin did outsmart everybody as far as the war and stuff went, but we don't even have that. We just have some fella that can't tell the truth if his life depended on it, just babbling word salad nonsense. They're just licking it up. It's the strangest phenomenon. I never dreamed in a million years that it would happen here. And I think that if you strip away all of the bluster and pomp and circumstance and BS, it's the mode of the day is grab as much as you can right now. Grab as much as you can while you can. I guess I think it boils down to that. Which I could probably get into, but I don't have a while you can part. And then I do something stupid like this. Man, I don't know what to do about this fat finger. I don't know whether to throw the mouse out the window, go look for a mouse that doesn't have those curly buttons. I have my mixer up on a little stand thingy, and that fat finger right there was me just bumping into the one little leg sticking down because I was busy watching the market, and my arms are flying around here like an octopus. I don't know what to do. I guess this is why I'm so kind of intent on finding something like this, you know, like your opening range, your opening bar thing, or the magic box or something, because I'm so tired of standing here being hammered. And then some nonsense like this comes along, and, you know, I would just like to get in and get out and color square. Okay. Yeah, that's probably a lot of truth in that. Just like, you know, if Trump just stood up one day and said, you know, I've just been lying all this time. I didn't. There'd just be there'd be like 50,000 people with red ball caps on committing suicide, I suppose. I don't know. Here we go at that 7,500. Sure as the world. Sure as the world. Oh yeah, the Eastern Front was a really big deal. And the biscuit bombers that when they ran the blockade into the Berlin blockade. Yeah, but the Eastern Front was a huge deal, yeah. They say that was Hitler's real downfall, was to attack Russia on the Eastern Front. That he probably could have pulled off keeping the what land he had gotten on the western side of it and all of that stuff. It was quite like he spread himself too thin kind of a thing. I have no clue. I'm not a historian at all, nor was I there, but so the story goes. And that was a terrible son of a bitch, the Eastern Front. Freezing to death and frostbite. Terrible. I used to have a friend at St. Bart's, which you may not know is an island in the Caribbean, kind of a really nice magic place, actually, and I lived there for a while. And it's French. And there was another American guy there, an older guy, named Peter. I can't remember his last name. Funny guy. And there's every now and then somebody start ripping off about Americans this and something else that. He said, oh, you Frenchmen have says if it wasn't for the Americans, you guys would be eating borscht. That was pretty funny. And I suppose there's a certain degree of truth to that the Allies kind of came in and did it with Normandy, but he didn't have any, or his other one was, you guys would be speaking German. That's what made me think about it to the Frenchmen, because you'd be speaking German. Which they had definitely folded over and were already occupied, so. I wonder what Hitler thought he was going to do if he took over Britain. Did he suppose he was going to keep going across the Atlantic and conquer the U.S.? I mean, I wonder what the plan was, or if there was one. Never thought about that before. Just as I have not thought about, we're going to come test the IB high, or the previous high, and now we're going to go up and take the 75. And that's a reasonably that would be a reasonably justified long, I guess, but I don't have any statistics about that. Or any kind of a structured trade. It's pretty amazing to imagine now, and especially having gone through the Cold War and all those years, which you pretty much did also. Hard to imagine that we were allies. Now, granted, I don't think anybody trusted them too far, selling those guys too far. They can throw them maybe, but that Russia was one of the allies, against Germany. That's pretty amazing. Didn't take long to flip, though. Oh, yeah. That's the thing that bothers me about this woke and DIE or whatever they call it over here. History cannot let that stuff evolve. Just like the German people cannot not be told and taught about Nazi Germany and the camps and all that stuff. I mean, that's how this fascist. It's hard for me to believe that anybody would think fascism and run around with this, swastikas and all this crap was a good idea if they knew the truth about it. But maybe they do and they think it's a good idea. I don't know. Well, here's the Head and Shoulders, or whatever the damn thing's called. Oh, yeah, all this, of course. It's just, it's an atrocity. And everybody up in their arms about, immigrants and all this. Well, where do you suppose you came from, douchebag? The Native Americans were the people that were here. How do you suppose they feel about you? I guess maybe they wish they had their own ice. It's just, The whole thing, one of the primary things I believe here is climb the ladder and burn the ladder. Rubio is a perfect example of that. Many of them are. You know, their parents come here in the Mariel boat lift, 1 foot dry foot, which was the immigration policy in those days in Florida. If those guys got 1 foot on dry land, they were welcome in the country. Absolutely. The Mariel boat lift and the whole 10 yards. And Cubans from Miami were going out in their boats and going over there and picking up people in rafts and rubber bands and, you know, rubber inner tubes and shit. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but all of a sudden, all of those people now got their back up about anybody else coming over here. And they were, let's fly them to Africa and drop them off in the middle of no place. I mean, it's just sickening to me. But nobody cares what I think, right? I find it, to me, it's like the pinnacle of hypocrisy. I don't understand how you can do that. How someone can, I mean, somebody like Trump, I think is, you know, maybe doesn't have all the tools in the shed, you know, but not everybody's that way. And how can you be so hypocritical and to say, you know, something like that? It's really weird on a lot of different fronts. I mean, yeah, it's just unreal. But you kind of hand it to Trump. He selected and surrounded himself with the biggest collection of suck-up, ass-kissing, useless mofos I've ever witnessed in my life, and they're all on the take, and they're all, you know, Patel and Jesus from him straight down. It's just this time he knew exactly what he did wrong the first time, and he made sure that wasn't going to happen again this time. He says, I bet he says jump, and they're all saying how high on the way up over there at in the cabinet room. They're supposed to be having something, aren't they supposed to be having a cabinet meeting in Camp David today? I thought I saw something about that a day or two ago. But I guess why, I don't know why. And also, I guess that won't affect the media coverage. And why Camp David? Who knows? I guess just spend a little more money, you know. They're all in D.C. standing around the cabinet room, so let's all get in airplanes and helicopters and fly over to Camp David. Yeah. Yeah. And apparently Trump hates Camp David. I heard somebody say that. Some in the know news person. Not enough gold shit everywhere right now. He wants to change the name of Penn Station to Trump Station now in New York. I saw somewhere. I saw in some news thing. He has really got a strange fixation. I'm not sure which is weirder, his narcissism personally or the thing about gold. I think that is he's made the Oval Office look like a cheap French whorehouse. I mean, in the, King Louis or something. I don't understand that concept. But he's done that all his life. He had, Trump Tower, all that stuff. It's always been a big deal. In his mind, somehow he equates that with success, having gold colors around, not realizing it's just paint. Really weird. I'm pretty sickened by what he's done to the White House, which is a national treasure as far as I was concerned, and how all these other the lackeys are led. Well, this is pretty disappointing here now. They got to take a run at 7,500. That's, well, what time is it? Okay, 11:25. They might do it at noon again. Yeah, I know. And I heard there was some disaster about that. I don't know. I don't know what it was. I didn't ever bother to look or care. But yeah, what does he think? Does he imagine that this is going to be some legacy to make, in the history books? Of course, anybody with a brain that comes in right after him is going to rip all that shit off and change all the names back the way they were. And I would suppose, go, okay, we're done with that in that case. Now let's roll her all back, I don't know. And just completely, Mr. I'm going to balance the budget. I'm not going to go to war. I'm going to do this. It's going to be low prices, and just spending money like water, starting wars one after the other. And the fact that nobody's standing up going, wait a second. That's I find just anomalous. Well, let's hope he ends up like Mussolini. I heard or saw an interesting or a little bit news about the wild card in the White House is Melania Trump, apparently, because first she hates them. It has nothing to do with them, live with them, anything like that. If there's going to be something that they do together, like fly somewhere or something like that, it has to be scheduled in advance through her people or whatever it is. And now that she started making money on her own, and this thing with Epstein won't let go, and apparently she's a big worry to the White House that she might just walk up and drop some sort of bomb out of no place. I can't see her doing anything like that, which would essentially, crap in her own nest. I can't imagine she would do that, but that's something I saw or heard some little blurb on somewhere from some older news person that's a White House watcher or somebody like that. I don't remember who. Not just recently, though, that she's like the wild card that they really are more worried about than anything else. In terms of radical behavior, or just coming out of nowhere with something. No, never did. Don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV in years. Actually, I guess I got really out of the habit living out of the country for so long. The TV like in Malaysia was, nothing to watch really. We watched cartoons and Shaun the Sheep and stuff like that. Wasn't it a TV series, House of Cards, or was that a movie? I don't know. I'll check it out. We've got TVs all over the place here. I think we got 3 or something like that, or at least 2. Last time I remember anybody even turning one on was Tam and one of her friends watched at my suggestion, or they watched the Star Wars stuff, which I had owned on Apple. And they watched it on Apple TV. That's the last time I believe anyone was ever on. Oh, that's not true. When the cats were kittens, the TV in the bedroom, we used to turn on cat TV, where the mouse would run. They'd jump around, swat at it and stuff. I forgot about that. That was pretty funny. Yeah. I'm thinking I'll just put on a trade and go to bed. Target that 7,500 and I don't know. No, I won't do that, but it's just that's how I feel sometimes. Put my tea glass instead. I must drink, I don't know how many gallons of green tea a day. Oh yeah, I think I've seen some stuff about that. I always thought he was a pretty good actor. He just got upside down because of all that craziness that went on. I guess. I don't know anything about it really, but I can't imagine that being gay in Hollywood is a career ruiner, ender, but it seems like it didn't do him any good. Or maybe that wasn't it at all. I don't know. That's what I thought it was. Well, there's a lot of buyers can't get paid up here. What does that mean? We're going to break down? 11:30. I'm probably going to break down here pretty quick. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know at all. I just remember some crap about people coming out saying he touched them inappropriately. I don't know, and I don't even know how many years ago that was. And at the time I thought, well, that doesn't seem, again, hypocrisy, right? Think of all the guys, Donald Trump's on Access TV telling the guy how he grabs women by the crotch and how he just walks up and kisses them because he's a star. I mean, and they elect him president. Jesus Christ. If you or I did that, we'd be looking through outside of barred windows, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any idea about spacing. No idea. He was a good actor anyway, or still is. And look at the difference, Trump says he does. Trump says that on TV, and then somebody like Harvey Weinstein, who I'm not making a comparison or saying they did the same stuff, but look at the difference. I guess he's still in prison and whatever else, unless he died by now. I don't know. Well, what are they going to do here, Anton? They're going to break it down, come through that news story to the IB high? Or are they going to turn around and run for the roses at 75? I have no idea. I'm real anxious to wait for this day to get over and look at the chat with your 5-minute maneuver. You and Magic come up with a 5-minute positive winning trade every day. I'm going to be pissed. It's official. Not at all. I would be real happy for you and try to join in, you know. That's all I'm looking forward to. Well, are we going to tear through the singles here? They're not really single prints, though. I'm not sure if this is showing singles there or not. I don't see that marker. They're just overlap on top. Oh yeah, there's a singles. Singles go all the way down to 66. Mm-hmm. Here's a string of singles starting out here. They went all the way. They go to 66 up. Remember old JP? Well, we're gonna eat those. We're gonna eat that string of singles now. Crazy little guy. So you would buy a put if you thought it was going to go down, and you'd buy a call if you thought it was going to go up? Or, I mean, if you got the... Wait a minute. But wait a second here. I thought the idea was... Let me think about this before I shoot off my mouth. Yeah, I guess what I don't understand exactly, or what I haven't thought through, is what's the trigger? Okay, we all know the open is the open. And then it goes for 5 minutes, or the high of 5 minutes, or, you know what I mean, the high or the low. And how do you know what the high or the low is? That's, what's the trigger? Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Yeah, we did, and that's what I say. We're getting ready to eat the singles over here. Wherever my mouse moseyed off to, there we go. Yep, right at the bottom. Are we going to turn around and go the other way? Right at the bottom of all, and that just happens to be right there. We're going to take this breakout, retest. We're going to get through news down here to where we were. And I thought it was a good idea to bump into the thing. Looks like they're going to go down. Getting into a string of singles going into the noon hour, that's not a very good idea, I don't think. Kind of what happened yesterday, remember? I mean, we did this. We had a big selling tail down here, and then we had a big buying tail up here, and then here we are. Same, maybe? Squeeze them up and then turn around and go the other way. It's kind of suspicious they didn't mosey up a couple of ticks and get that 7,500 that's been sitting out there forever. Of course, it doesn't mean that. I mean, the day's not done, but maybe they haven't finished typing the new news flash yet. Okay, so your idea of the trigger is where the 5-minute bar closes with relationship to the open. Okay, good. Got it. Thanks. Obviously, where the bar comes down and retests the open is a different. I mean, that's pretty obvious. But it was the trigger to enter that trade that it's basically mean reversion, I guess, if you want to call it that. That trade or that retrace trade. Okay. Now what? Okay. Hey, Magic. I didn't see you drop in there, my brother. Well, it was just a squeeze based on the news. You saw the news thing, right? This, this drama right here. Pakistan and Iran are going to team up and open up the thing and, start the talks again or something. Of course, up we go. And then, oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. And there's a string of singles with the levels at 66, and then that repairs them all. So pretty close to right at the beginning of that news bomb. And then of course not to be outdone, he's got to come over here and say some stuff. So it was a double whammy. Well, yeah, it's the mid and the V. IB high, both VWAPs, and the mid is right there. So yeah, that might be and that's right where the news hit. Right where my fat finger was. My fat fingers. Man. Well, look at yesterday. Don't forget, we had all of this price down here. It was going to the floor, and up here we were going to the moon, and this is where we ended her up. I don't know. I'm not saying anything other than look at that. I tend to be like you, though, that this liquidity, as we were talking about earlier, this liquidity that's got in the market 2 sessions ago and has remained exactly there at that level, at the 50, 65s, I'd be kind of floored if they don't go up there and do that. But remember, the POCs are down below us too, so. Well, here was my classic mean reversion that I didn't do. Only identifiable in the rearview mirror, of course. Boy, it's great right here, huh? I saw this, came up, we didn't make it, I got short right here, and yeah, sure you did. And why didn't you go short right there? Or right there? always tickles me about them. Or there. Or there. Or maybe over here. Yeah, it's what can I do for you? If I don't know. Well, there's your 64 9-ish. Well, midday here. Well, I think I'm going to get another glass of tea and then I'm going to take a break here. Be disappointed. Nice call on the 69 though, Anton. If you got in and out of it, you've got a damn near 10 handles. This price action in outer space, I find myself being too swayed by a monkey boy, I think. Oh, there we go. Well, here's your 6469s. Just based on yesterday's history, I wouldn't be at all surprised if we went down and went the other way and ended up with a doji again, but that's just pessimistic thinking. Evident, obviously. Ah. Magic, I see you say you got entered your short, got out of your short too soon. Obviously, that's not one of your magic box trades. I've been looking at that and doing replays and have something coded up. How do you deal with the stops there? The other side of the magic box, is that what you do, or just based on the size of the box? I mean, again, none of my business, but just curious. And I'm going to step away here pretty quick myself. Let's see how this thing works out. And Anton's thinking about here.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well, got left behind. He who hesitates is lost, huh? Nice trade, Anton. All right, I'm going to step away. Be right back in a bit. Yeah, I do that. Definitely know your timestamps are Eastern. And I do that. I was standing here looking at them actually, and looking at my entry that got passed over, which they're back to now. But yeah, I am truly going to step away this time, though. I'm pooped. So we're going to get a double bounce here, huh? Huh. My. Yeah, sure is the world. Well, let's see. What did I miss here? Remember the open. In other words, we didn't go anyplace all day except abuse a bunch of people. Huh. That's pretty amazing. I didn't get anything. Well, in the micros, I guess you might notice from my screen, but the POC hadn't done anything all day. The only thing, the full session did was this little dipsy doodle right here. I know that you're watching the mini, but that's pretty amazing. I don't know that I ever saw it not move all day. Wow. Well, right back to the open. Isn't that something? I guess you could make a case for the fact that all that precipitated the squeeze was this freaking news. Otherwise, we'd probably have stayed around down here all day. I guess. I don't know. I don't know whether that makes any sense, but you know what I mean. Oh, here we got Trump talking again. Something about nuclear involvement. Nuclear innovation. What the hell? Speaking now. Yes. Well, so much for that. Yeah, so be real careful. Nuclear. Trump's talking about nuclear stuff. Who was that? It was Bush, I guess they used to call it though. Nuclear. Yeah, we got nuclear weapons. Jesus. Maybe he didn't leave. Maybe he just, well, yeah, man, yeah. Maybe he didn't leave. Maybe he's just busy, quiet or something. Maybe some girl with walk by. From his comment this morning when he signed on that he had just gotten out of a short, that was way up here off these highs. So obviously he's not just trading the magic box, which, okay, marvelous. But he's got a lot of other tools in this tool belt there. That's good. I'd be happy with one that worked. Be real careful about being anywhere near a trade now with Trump talking about nuclear or something or another. Nuclear innovation. I'm hoping that means power generation, and but he's cut all the wind, canceled all the alternate energy, everything, and maybe he's gonna cancel all the nuclear too. Just focus on coal and oil and everything he can figure out that's dirty. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I would really like to know the truth about how the markets move. That would be interesting. A lot of times what I figure happens is they wanted to do something and then that news gives them the precipitation to, the precipitant to do it. So they just immediately hit a squeeze. I don't know. Maybe it's just one algorithm or one high frequency shop starts doing something and the others feed off of that. I don't know. I think that's probably changed the dynamic so much in my lifetime. Remember, here we were talking about 69, right? The 69 level getting long, and you got in and out scaled very nicely. And then why? What happened there? Imagine who's gotten short up there at the top and still holding at the bottom. I'm sure Furs or somebody over there in this T lab probably has. maybe Rod. Right at the open. Pretty cool. Excuse me. Going to take both IBs here pretty quick. NQ already did. Careful what you wish for. When I see this price action, it always reminds me of an old webinar that I heard FT71 doing about how to, he had exported data. This is back in the days when he used IRT also. He exported a bunch of data and he was showing the people there how to do statistics. And he was showing them about how to determine the initial balance statistic. And what he pointed out was that it was a hard stat to trade by itself, but in this exact situation, this is where you go long because you've got an extremely low probability that you're going to get both IB high and IB low. In other words, double break. So that is a reasonable probability to go long and lean on that stat. And now I'm just trying to look quickly at what that is for the day. And it is 32% probability. That's not so low. That's pretty much what it always is with my data. I mean, that doesn't vary much at all. The probability of taking 2 times the IB high or IB low is 39.7%. That's not so low. I would have thought much lower. That's this stuff right here. 1.5 is 39. Oh, the IB high, IB low. But anyway, he was saying, yeah, this is a stat you can lean on so you can make a trade. I remember that vividly. I actually have that recording somewhere. And when you see we've tried it. Well, these are not, of course, touches of the IB, but that level for whatever reason we didn't get below it. Maybe the fact that it was a previous POC. We've touched it about a zillion times here. And this is the previous RTH value area low. The only real caveat I would have about that idea, I was just thinking similarly myself, is the fact that Trump is speaking and he's talking about nuclear something, any, bad enough when he's talking about golf. Now when he's talking about nuclear something or another, who knows? Well, yeah, let's see. We can look at that immediately. They're in this exact setup. The previous POC, well, the previous POC is on the chart at 67%. It's on my book map since before the open this morning. Is right there. They're right together, and they're both untouched. You see that? Can you? Yeah, there you go. And this was, I have this one on the chart since, or on book map since 8 o'clock this morning. And I mean the POC, and there's the previous value, which is 66.5. So yeah, much higher probability we tag both of them out. I don't know what it would take the market to do that, though. What do you suppose it would take for the market to want to go down there? It can't be the usual thinking about liquidity, because what would they, if the market was liquidity, so these would be, what would it be? I guess those would be longs and stops below them, I guess. Why would the market want that? Because that would be more selling. To go long down here would be an asymmetrical trade, yeah. The way I interpret that. Must be on yours. It isn't. There isn't anything over here. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary as far as liquidity over here, and it's not over 100, which is how I think I have it set. Turn on this stupid thing again and see if this. How did that go? Well, here we go. Previous lows down there too. I didn't ever put the statistics in because it was so far below us. I guess I can bother doing that. 53.4 and 66.5. Didn't take the IB low. Look at there. Yet. Anyway. And it's still just 20 after 2. Well. Yeah, 122 over here on mine. I just don't have it that low. Otherwise, I'd have these lines. I've got it at, I think, 250 or something like that. Or 200. That's why these are showing at 200. Can you set, I'm sure you can, set the liquidity level that you want to watch on your chart or however you do it? The book is the book. There's no settings over there. It is whatever it is as far as my stuff's concerned. From a psychological point of view, when price, of course, I'm sure you know this already, but when price comes below settlement, all the retail people's shit turns red. You know, when it's above it, then it's all green. As far as last and all that stuff, change. I think it used to be that way anyway. Mice doesn't really do that, but change obviously does. Both change and percent change. And the NQ has just been spanking them today. MNQ. That's what Magic trades the MNQ, if I'm not mistaken. It's the MBO, so that's a market by order. Cool. Rejecting off the IB. Look at that. And that's something. Who'd have thought? And also, who's to say it's going to last? I'm going to do a quickly the recap kind of thing while we're watching this. So, here we are, almost back at the beginning here. Pretty incredible. This was based on news, and Trump is talking at the moment, so no thing on my plate. Here we have yesterday, here we have today. So we are not a breakout by any stretch, but and here's the situation of today. It won't be an inside bar because it's a little bit higher. But 2 dojis in a row, that's indecision, and a lot of people are thinking this market's ready to fall. Certainly not me saying that. Ilya Spivak and those guys. People like that. No trades on these. Come on. Dang. And there's one it says it took, which I'm not sure how that could be. Ah, yes. I am sure how that could be. This is mechanical. When there's a breakout and it retraces to the 25%, it goes long automatically. And that happened right here. Broke out, fluffed around all this time, and finally came down and touched right there, and that would signal along over here. I don't think anything's going particularly well on this side. Again, along, and that didn't go very well. On the bigger picture then, so much for my local stuff. Let's look at what's going on else. Well, that was going on. Thank goodness got rid of that. Massive explosion at a large industrial facility in England. Wow. Whatever that. Oh, this is something about the Saudi deal. He just doesn't know. It's just nobody's told him what they are yet, but so here's the news. This is going to continue through the close, obviously, the cash market close anyway. Let's look at next week. So this is investing.com, free, filter for whatever you want, blah, 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 blah. Here's Monday. Ooh, durable goods, core durable goods in Atlanta Fed. Monday at 7:30. Tuesday. Ooh, look here. Consumer confidence. ADPs. Today we had S&P PMI, remember? FOMC statement. Oh, SpaghettiOs. Interest rate decision. Wow, looky there. Mr. Warsh in the spotlight. As the war continues, the oil is going up. Prices are going up. So it'll be real interesting to see what this fella comes up with right over here on Wednesday. Jobless claims, PCE, GDP, core PCE, all on Thursday. And Friday, the 31st of July, PMI, Michigan. And we are in the throes of earnings season. Let's see what we have next week. This is Friday, so let's see what we've got next week. This is going to be pretty painful, but because there's so many to scroll through to get to where we're going. Visa and Coke. Look at that. That's just Tuesday. Microsoft and Meta on Wednesday. All the Mag 7 people seem to always report on Wednesday. Have you noticed that? Maybe it's a rule I didn't know about. Ooh. That's just Wednesday next week. Oh, wait a second here. Something's wrong. Yeah, there's Thursday. Apple's on Thursday, and Amazon is on Thursday. And there should be a light one on Friday. I wouldn't expect anything big there. Let's see. Never know. Wow, come on. Look at that. Still going for Thursday. And there's Friday. Nah. All right, well, this is investing.com. Obviously, it's my original favorite news source, and earnings. You just watch that drama, and then the event calendar. So the other news source I use is Financial Juice, which has things that aren't normal economic events, but those which have demonstrated possibility to upset the market are pulled in here. Trump speaking a couple of times. You're never going to see that over here. But I appreciate that because it lets us know in advance that there could be a potential risk. And in today's market, essentially, we are risk managers. I mean, our first job is to preserve our account, and the only way to do that is, or the fundamental way to do that is risk management. So if you don't know a risk is coming, it's pretty hard to manage it. So that's why I appreciate this. And what we're going to get here on the Squawk Box side of life, because he's still talking, so I'm not even thinking about doing anything. But this is where we'll see at 1450, we'll see the market on close and balance orders. And, that's going to wrap it up for me as far as the news stuff and the market day. And it's been quite a hullapalooza. Look at this. There we are. Oh, my God. Oh, and there we are, right back at the open. Yeah. The market's job is to find the value of the S&P, someone once said. I think that is exact BS. The market's job and the daily trade is to speculate and make money. Period. I don't think any of these people gave two shits what the value of the S&P was through any of this day. And here we are back again at the beginning. In my opinion. Maybe I'm just cynical, but I don't think so. And I can tell you certainly, they say that 75 to 80% of the trade intraday is mechanical now with algorithms. Do you think in your wildest dreams that an algorithm cares what the value of the S&P is? Or do you think that they care about getting those 2 or 3 ticks by front running or whatever nefarious technique they're using out of the market? I think it's so kind of a quaint thought that it is to decide the value of something. I don't think. Maybe I'm just cynical. I'm sure I am. There you go. I haven't looked at deep charts at all. Yeah, it is. Kind of, yeah. I also have a lifetime book or Jigsaw license. I probably would have had one of IRT too, but they don't sell them. They're not available. Finally, VPOC migration. Look at there. Finally. Huh. Crazy. It's been real quiet over there. I think they're on vacation or something. The other day, there wasn't like 3 posts the whole day. I think Rod's gone to the beach or something. I haven't looked there. Let me see. As a result, I haven't really paid attention. Actually, I just now see I got a couple of people I got to answer. I didn't see I had some direct messaging. there are wait a minute, did I post this in the wrong spot? Oh no. I think I posted my deal in the wrong spot today. I think I posted it in static instead of instead of the T-Lab, my T-Lab chart. Jesus Christ. Well, oops. Oops, loops, Fruit Loops. Let me just check. How do I find that out, I wonder? I'm going to have to apologize. And whoever's over in the statics going, what does this old doofus think he's doing throwing that shit over here? Anyway, there was just one person in there today from the looks of it. Well, come on. How do I do this? From a specific user, Boomer. Oh, I can't see. Oh, that's pretty weird. I didn't. That's pretty funny. Or did I? What's today? 24th. No, I didn't. That's pretty funny. Oh, well. Jump to present. That's funny. Well, that's pretty. That's actually pretty funny. Yeah, well, they didn't get either one of them. That's really funny. Yeah, there's only one guy in there today. He does spot gamma stuff. Well, that was it up there. You see it up there. Yeah, well, that's right here, I suppose, right? Yeah, it's with that guy near a microphone and this close. Now, what'll probably happen is we'll probably have a closing swing trade and the thing will go ripping down to the previous low. You know, that's the problem. I wouldn't be taking the trade, but yeah. And look at them stacked up there. Settlement, VPOC, previous VPOC, DIB low. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't. This is as FT71 calls them, which I think is a great analogy. He's got a zipper going on here. That's what he calls these consolidations because of what the way the Renko looks, just exactly like a zipper. And yeah, there we are. Are we gonna fall out down here now and go bamming down to the previous RTH low, or are we gonna just keep this noise up? And Einstein's gonna be talking, I'm sure, right up until the close. We've gone past the shit. We've gone past the market on close and balance. They're all buy side. 1,253,000,000, 203,000,000, 686,000,000, and 398,000,000 for the S&P, the Nasdaq, the Dow, and the Mag 7, respectively. And yesterday they were sell side imbalance. So go figure. Who's day trading with 1 billion contracts of the S&Ps? Really? That's the spicy meatball. And he's still jabbering because they typically put a thing in here that says despite what's said of I'm reading this thing, they'll usually say ends comments or something like that. And he's got another. He's speaking again at 8:20 tonight. You know, he's busy burning up the airways. I think they're freaking out about the midterm, despite what he says here. I know they are. I mean, how can they not be? Mitch McConnell's dead, obviously. I mean, that's crazy. If I was that governor, Andy Bashir, I'd have been on a plane 2 weeks ago, and I'd have marched into the office and I said, I'm here to see Mitch McConnell. You know, I don't have to talk to him. I want to see him. I want to see him breathing on his own. I mean, what the hell? I don't know why that hasn't happened. But I guess maybe they're getting more media moments. Yeah, me too. I've been seeing this GDX level stuff a lot. I was thinking the same thing myself. I've actually searched a couple of 3 different sites out to see what they had to say about this stuff. Well, I wasn't aware of that. I was thinking that the levels they're talking about they ought to be live because everybody's talking about price. You know, what's driving price in the market currently on the futures. I wouldn't be interested in something from yesterday. Especially when you look at the, like market on close where they're flipping a billion contracts. What's that got to do with gamma? Supposedly the idea is that with gamma, as I understand it, is the options dealers have to buy or sell basically to remain delta neutral. So that's got to be happening in real time, I guess. Call your buddy up, Sosnoff, and ask him about that. Well, I don't know whether you noticed it or not, but when I was looking at the place where I posted the frickin' chart wrong, which is static. Here, okay. Well, this is some indicatory thing, but he's always doing that. This is gamma. This is the spot gamma or whatever the hell it is, and the walls and stuff he's talking about. The put walls, and I don't know what is this even about? What is this thing even called? I don't know. I guess he just takes a picture of the window. Oh, spot gamma. There you go. This is by spot gamma. A lot of people talk about that one and how all this works and what these just by strike. So these are by strikes and the put walls or something. Put wall right there. Well, he posted this morning, so let's see what we see. What is 74.20? I don't guess it means anything. I don't know. I mean, if any of that matters, means anything to you, there you go. And I don't know what this line is about. Strike, price, money. Okay. So these are strikes. Yeah, spot gamma is something you can subscribe to. I don't remember where I've seen how to do that. Maybe it was around the T-Lab they were talking about it. I haven't seen any integrated with Bookmap. I haven't seen that. Look at there. See, this was This was yesterday, or the 20th. 21st, nothing. And there's my idiot plant pot in the wrong spot. Yeah, that's embarrassing. And there was a lot of real active people in here, so they must have all collectively either gone somewhere else, and I didn't tell me, or vacation or something. But there was Harry and Justin, and didn't matter, and doesn't matter, and I mean, constantly busy. I can probably do this, I guess. Lefty, and Jorgensen and Harry and those guys. I haven't seen any of them in a while, and they were really doing a lot of trading. Yeah, it's basically all month. I didn't really notice that they'd been gone all month. I haven't been around. This used to always be, no, that's Lefty. This used to always be whatever his name was, Brian or Kevin or something like that. That's pretty amazing. I didn't notice those guys hadn't been around all month. Harry and Jorgensen are Canadians. Didn't matter, and the other guy, they're from here, down here. No closing swing trade, no nothing. But they didn't touch that IB low or the value or POC or previous low. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. And, if you got a long down here somewhere, you got 12 points. That is a thing. And don't also remember, there's a whole other hour here. So they may do something completely different between now and 1600. Well, that's pretty freaking depressing. I'm also weird. It's also weird. I guess I'll have to go back and see if there was some announcement made that everybody was going to go do something else on static or whatever. That's, or maybe they're just doing like me and busy focusing on what they're doing, and I haven't been going in there either. So I can't be the pot calling the kettle black. I'm going to look at that 5-minute thing and see if I can make heads out of your heads or tails more out of the chat above. And another depressing week in the can, or unproductive, I should say. Well, there's no earnings tonight. Einstein is still talking, I suppose. Donnie, no, he concluded his remarks at 14:57, so 3 minutes before the open or the close. God, he's just stuck in them with this tariff shit. When? Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I'm going to be busy burning it up, trying to figure out what to do here. I got to fish or cut bait pretty quick. This maybe the end of this month. Got to put some sort of target out there. Yeah, have a great one. Have a lovely weekend with your family, and I hope everything goes swimmingly. No pun intended. Yeah, so stream, that's going to be it for me. I'll see you Monday morning at 0800. Remember that you're the most important tool in your trading office, so you need to take good care of yourself, be well rested, hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, stay away from the mouse. Stay fit, exercise. Work-life balance is really important, especially in trading. It's a quick burnout sport if you don't. Yeah, have a great weekend. I will be back Monday morning at 0800 Central Standard for the pre-market and then the trade, assuming that I am.